Excuse me. Hey, Luke Jr. CR7, how are you doing today? Sorry, I missed you in the chat. Hope you're doing okay.
Dumb it down.
Okay, jeez. Excuse me, guys. Okay. Duplicate. Flippity-doo. Flippity-doo-dah.
Just me and the hum of the space.
Holy.
Right here, right now. Just rolling.
Okay. Okay. So we have this guy. Let's do done. Add that. duplicate, flippity-doo-dah. Okay. Flippity-doo-dah. Flippity-dippity-doo. Flippity-dippity-doo. All right, so we're gonna do. We got our ears. We're gonna do eyes. Do the eyeball. How's that? And then let's duplicate, flippity doo dah. No. That's a no. Don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. Crazy. Crazy. Okay, now we flippity doo dah that. Flippity doo dah.
Alright, now I feel like I did something.
Duplicate.
2 hours. Mostly candy today. It was mostly candy for 2 hours. It's just that we're down to the little small. Did I just fuck that up with my pinky finger? Son of a bitch. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you paying attention to that? You know you just painted that, right? This motherfucker needs a wet paint. Probably put a wet paint sign on your own paint. Little shadows on the shoes. They're not looking too bad. I actually like that look. Not like that part of the day. I just smudged it. Everything else. I can't use it for spring, next we'll come back and try to put it with the P5 the things you got, and then goddamn
Hey, Sprunky. Thanks for subscribing again. You keep subscribing and unsubscribing. or is that not your phone?
Just sit back. I played all day Sunday. I played just sitting up, look at the
You did it again. Nice.
This would be a laser picture. This thing right here, this is version that's the piece. This is a version.
We're getting close. We're getting closer, guys. Getting there. Okay, let's turn that off. Let's turn that off. Let's turn that off. Okay, so oops. Okay. You know what? I can never hear Nikki. Well, we haven't watched this yet, so let's watch this. Oh, sorry guys. And can we get a? Okay, it is.
Hey viewers, it's time for us to do what we do here at the James Connolly Report Rough Cuts. And we're in Chelsea. And we're going to run into the Adaptive Swimming Gallery. And we're going to look around the Kaiser Showtime touch games curated by Helen Molesworth. We'll make our initial swing. This is titled Untitled, parentheses Speed, 1995. Oil on canvas, 21 by 32 and a quarter inches. Well, I have to thank David Warner for introducing me to the work of Raoul de Keyser. I know that he's been influential in Europe. I think he's Belgian. I think he's been influential in Europe for a long time. And a lot of the neo-expressionists and some of the more conceptual painters like Sigmar Polk have been looking at his work for a long time. It's titled Clothes. CLOS 2003, oil on canvas, 30 by 38. And while I was in Europe, in Belgium, I believe it was 2016, something like that, and we were visiting Bruges and some other places, Antwerp, and we kept going into these local museums, and I would kind of scan the walls and go, there's something about that painting that I don't know whether it annoyed me or just made me think someone was pulling my leg, that they could make a painting that was that reduced. And it turned out most of them were by Raoul. Okay, this is titled Calculation on Two Green. So I think that means something like an intersection on two greens. Well, after I've had a chance to look at these paintings for a couple of decades, I realized that what might at first appear to be, I don't know, slapdash nonchalance is actually very hard to achieve. That you've got to have a certain kind of natural concept of painting. This is titled Heliport 8 Gates of Hell, 1985. 19 by 15. And I know that there are some local painters that are kind of interested in a more, I guess you would say, conceptual approach to painting. And that means you're taking into consideration all kinds of things like your stretcher bars and whether or not the canvas is slack or tight. Of course, here in the New York School, everybody's worried about dripping, splattering, slashing. It's titled Home. 1984, 1985, the board has 23 by 19. So just in this front room, there's a lot of green. That's the favorite earth green. And even though this is very spare, there's a lot of work's going in and even scraping through the thin overlays of paint. Well, I just stuck my head into the other galleries and I see that this is actually a huge show. I think there are, if I'm not mistaken, there are 30 paintings in this show. And it's great, they're calling it the touch game, something like that. And I guess that would be an interesting way to think about him making the paintings. This is titled Come On, Play It Again, or this is 65 by 48 and a half. I was talking about some people that are local artists that appreciate this or even approach kind of his idea of stripped down kind of conceptual painting. How do you take a painting down to the point where it's the least amount you can do without it becoming not painting? It's kind of titled Avon Druid, 32 by 26. I think that people like Mary Heilman have probably been influenced a little by this kind of stuff. Untitled 1991, 64 by 46. Gosh, this is one of the more highly worked canvases. It's 1991. Ren de Silla, 1991, 1992, 27 by 19. I think one of the other things I like is that because the work is so kind of sparse, light, that you become much more aware of various aspects of making a painting. Started from 1992, 64, 48. Like the texture of your linen, the thickness of your stretchers. This is all primed.
The hell is going on with that thing?
These little blobs of paint, maybe. Did the initial painting.
What the hey? What the hey? Whoops. Whoops. Oh no. Dude. I swear I did that. I did that.
2006. 13 by 19. Also, this is very intimate, small, humble. The fall 2006. So it's interesting. He is stretching these without what I was always taught with the hospital corners. And that's what we were taught to use at the art students league. It's titled Drift.
Jeez Louise.
Untitled.
Louise. Why it's so jeez Louise. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, somehow I look at a painting like this and think, initially it's like, gosh, there's someone that's trying to paint a landscape and doing a not so good job. And then I come up and start to look at it and think about it, and I go, okay, there's some real interesting stuff like that blue upper edge, the ultra blue. Untitled Blurs. 1995 along canvas 26 by 32. And for some reason I'm kind of getting an echo of Alex Katz. Maybe an Alex Katz painting of water reflections. There's some very, very subtle things going on there. Breaker. Well, there's on canvas number on panel. 12 by 8 inches. Okay, this is a nice pairing. Come on, play it again. Number 7, 2001, 28 by 19. And come on, play it again. Number 8, 28 by 19. Okay, so this is interesting. Although the paint is pretty thin, you can still see where there's a lot of pedimenti.
Pedimenti.
So I screwed this, erased some of it.
Pedimenti.
Kind of like the miniature Diebenkorn. Construct, 2007, oil on canvas, 35 by 49. Well, when I was talking about his kind of subtle conceptual approach to painting, one of the examples I would say is you've got this kind of a burnt sienna form up here. And then you've got this part down here, but it's, why is this outlined in black? It looks like a Belgian French fry, Belgian fry. This is titled Prologue, 2003, oil on canvas, 55 by 39. Raoul de Keyser, 1930 to 2012, was born, lived, worked, and died in the small Belgian town of Dins. He began his professional life as a journalist who covered soccer and art. And it wasn't until he was 33 years old that he finally went to art school with the aim of becoming a painter. Some of his earliest works are of a heavily abstract soccer pitch, white lines on a green ground, a marriage of his two dominant interests. Early on, de Keyser was drawn to American abstract painters, although he avoided their melodramatic scale and painterly expression. As his work progressed, his modestly sized paintings remained resolutely abstract. He once suggested that his work was in relation to his everyday context. A tour of my immediate surroundings, my house, a corner of the living room, a doorknob, a window handle, the relation between inside and outside. Yet searching for a referent in his work can be quickly derailed by de Keyser's more painterly concerns with color, shape, line, and texture. This is Exertion, 2002 to 2007. I believe I've seen some of these paintings at another Raoul de Keyser show that I saw here. Gosh, it's got to be about 8 or 9 years ago at this point. Come on, play it again, number 1. 2001, oil on canvas. Okay, so we've got these kind of white outline forms, and then here in the center we've got a white form. Kind of makes me think of another landscape, maybe like a river landscape, and you've got an ice flow. Okay, here is the largest Raoul de Keyser painting I've ever seen. Auctioned in 2000 oil and charcoal on canvas, 75 by 99. Well, again, very simple, very stripped down. I guess a lot of the paintings here in this back room are ovals, almost approaching drawing. Also, you can see how the, and I don't know whether this is intentional or not, but the canvas is almost sagging. Well, it is sagging. And, well, as I said, that kind of draws attention to the fact that it is a piece of fabric stretched over some wooden framework. And we got some pencil line in there. Again, more green. Presto, 2003. 55 by 39. It's almost like a Rothko that someone has floated down some scraps of color, some flakes of something. I also get the feeling when I look at these that Raoul would come in and paint in the studio every day. Talked about the work being inspired by images that he saw every day, but I'm sure also that it's coming in and sitting in your painting chair and slathering a little paint around was another habit that affected the way you think about, work with, create paintings. Blue Note, 2006, 22 by 16, and again we've got our simple reduced background, a couple of shreds of something, and then we've got our white form, some blips. Zinc. 1983, this might be one of the earliest pieces in the show. Well, I like the part of the press release where they talked about him liking the abstract expressionists, but downplaying the overly dramatic scale and the kind of dramatic existential angst. Roleplay 2022, 27 by 19. I think not only was Raoul de Keyser influential for some local painters, but I think that there were some critics / artist people that were influenced. I think Raphael Rubenstein wrote a piece about provincial painting, something like that. As a matter of fact, I saw an Instagram piece lately. I think that piece has been translated into Italian and added to a major anthology of contemporary art criticism. Come on, play it again. Number 2. This is 51 by 74. I'm also kind of getting a vibe of pebbles on a beach, maybe, something like that. Come On, Play It Again. Number 4, 2001. 74 by 47. Okay, so he was talking about some of his things he does on the edge. That's a nice example. So that's very tricky. I was thinking maybe Luke Toyman is another
Luke
Belgian artist
Toyman.
that is very deadpan,
Toyman.
kind of real, just let the paint happen kind of a guy. Don't push it, yeah. And we're going to wrap up looking at this piece. Resume, 2003, 35 by 25. Okay, so we've got kind of his format here of the scattered shapes. Okay, and then we've got this vermilion squib. James Com reporting on Roland de Kaiser, the touch game, Eric Dafford's Warner, and Chelsea.
Thank you so much for all coming out. I want to thank all the auxiliary officers. All right, what you do for us is amazing, especially in that South. I really appreciate, we deal with so many parades and everything else, and you guys are always there for us.
is share, link it up with all your social media sites, and you can subscribe. And you can leave your thoughts, ideas, comments, criticisms, reviews, and suggestions below. But in our 19th year, as always, we just ask you to say, thank you, kid. Whoa! New 1,000 band. Thank you.
Folks, we're going to take a quick 30-second break.
Joe Bradley, Von Ummen.
Back viewers, this is James Conner, half afterboard, the guy on the bike. And we're in Chelsea. We're going to pop into the Laboratory Gallery and take a look at it. Joe Bradley show. But first, I want to send a shout out to our viewers in Cuba, the forests in Northern Europe, and Copenhagen. Stay tuned. Okay, so we're going to take a stroll through Joe Bradley show titled Vom Abend.
Vom Abend.
Okay, we'll make our cursory stroll through here. This is a salon collection of large paintings. This is titled Flat Earth, oil on canvas 91 by 116 inches. So this is a very impressive show. You can go back in the files. I think we've got at least a couple of Joe Bradley shows. I think his last show was at Petzl, and that was also a show of some impressively large paintings. I think Joe has been getting a lot of attention lately. I know I saw some blog photos of him with Agnes Gund, and he was donating some prints to a project that Agnes was working on. This one has got a tricky title. Title to be confirmed, 2023-24, oil on canvas, 101 by 78 inches. Well, we've been watching Joe's work. Let's see, I think, maybe the first time I saw a selection of this was at a painting show at the Met, perhaps. It was the modern was curated by Laura Hoffman. Something about, was it the modern, the perpetual now? And, well, Joe had a couple of series of paintings, I believe in that. One of them was very jokey. It was just like line drawings on canvas. And, gosh, where else do we see him? Gavin Brown, he had a show there too. I think we got most of this on the record. Okay, so I'm seeing a pattern emerging here. They're all titled to be confirmed. So maybe that's a theme of the show. Vom Abend. I don't know what Vom Abend is evening. Anyway, so we've been watching Joe's work for a while. And I know that I think he had a double show with Chris Martin at Mitchell Innocent Ash at some point, maybe 8 or 10 years ago. I think what people appreciate about the work is that, well, it's still handmade, it's brushy, it kind of carries on the heritage of the New York School, abstract expressionism. He also gets some of the ironical juxtapositions of the neo-expressionists, and by that it would mean some of the people like Jean-Michel Basquiat, Schnabel, Cucchi, Clementi, the Three C's, the Italians, and maybe even some of the hefty painters, George Baselitz, Immendorf, Kiefer. But I do think that Joe has developed very wonderfully as a colorist. Oh gosh, this is turned into a popular place. It's also titled To Be Confirmed. 93 by 128. So a lot of these are in the 9 by 12 foot category size. And I don't know, but I think that Joe is out somewhere in Brooklyn, maybe in Greenpoint or something. Could be wrong. I think that he might have gotten a larger studio somewhere upstate, maybe. But I know that he was friends with a lot of people over there, like this one. It's a little darker. That's one of the things I've noticed is that some of the recent works he's really delving into aspects of black. Okay, I wonder what's going to happen when we finally start to confirm some of the titles on these. I don't know. This is 83 by 110. Okay, so that's just 7 by 9. So I like that Joe was able to kind of meld the feeling of landscape and then kind of draw in some figurative things over the top. He might also be doing some of this painting with sponges or maybe paint-soaked rags, kind of throwing them on there. Things like that. It's also interesting that I might have mentioned this in one of his other shows that although these are large kind of abstract expressionism, that they are putting frames on them, little shadow box frames. Okay, well, I was kind of joking about the fact that these have landscape qualities, but gosh, I see a little, looks like a sailboat. Maybe these are more like maps. I was kind of thinking they did have a kind of relationship to some of Jasper Johns' maps. Some of this is looking like it's flaking. Okay, that's always interesting. So I think if you look at a lot of his compositions, he's got some interesting things happening in the margins. It's 85 by 111. Okay, so I'm looking at some of this, and you can see part of the, looks like a fold in the canvas. So maybe he's painting these unstretched and then doing some work on them, and at some point he puts them onto a stretchy bars and keeps working, doing other things. So we visited a young artist last week, Jamie and Giuliano Volani, and I was commenting on how it was so interesting, gratifying to see how her career has developed. And well, I guess maybe that's one of the things I enjoy about the continuing the Calm Report is that it's interesting to watch people's careers as they develop over time, long periods of time, 10, 15, 20 years. Kathy Bradford is someone else that I've covered for a lot of years, and it's been great to see how her career has developed. And so I've seen Joe kind of move from a, well, recognized artist to being, well, Harry Daffod's owner, which says a lot. It's also to be confirmed. This is 84 by 103. I also like the way that Joe kind of gives us a geometrical background, in that he starts out with these kind of quadrants of single, simple colors. We got a cadmium yellow medium. We got cad red light. That looks like a turquoise blue, the blacks. He's got a couple of pinks and mauves that he throws in. And then he develops these kind of squiggly drawing forms over the top. Also, I like the drawing in white. And looking down here, looks like we've got a little head that's upside down. So we think of Horst Amtes, a German artist I remember from the 60s. And even his sections of black have got a lot of stuff going on underneath the surface. So you've got blue, pink, yellow, whatever you would call that, under a kind of a woven network of brush strokes. We're going to end our little stroll through here. It's 83 by 100. Probably the most simplified piece in the show. Okay, I don't want to get to be too Freudian here, but I'm wondering what this outline is might represent pictorially. We don't know. Yeah, these surfaces are wonderful. I think Joe's got a great vocabulary of dry versus matte versus shiny. A lot of clumpy things built up underneath there. I know that a lot of his pieces actually used to have things that looked like they were on the floor of the studio for 6 months, all kinds of what looked like footprints, and smudges and paint stains and splatters and drips and slathers. I also like the simple color on this one. James Conn reporting on Joe Bradley, Van Abend, here at David's Orney Gallery in Chelsea. You can like this, share, link it up to all your social media sites. You can talk about it, and you can leave your thoughts, ideas, comments, criticisms, and reviews below, and you can subscribe. And well, we don't know how much longer we're going to keep the Con Report going, but as long as we do, we're also going to be asking people to say thank you, Kate. Look on dollar.com. That's right. Why didn't you come to my house? The future of performance is the new elite driver from Callaway. Welcome back, viewers. It's James Comer, half-fast report of the guy on the bike. And we're in Chelsea. It's Friday afternoon. We're going to run in here to Hauser and Worth. And we're going to try to get some pictures, maybe, of two shows here of Rita Ackerman. Stay tuned. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to look at Rita Ackerman's splits. Run over the installation. Plus the color stars, which is good because we're going to try to hit the second part of the exhibition at their at the 19th Street location. Well, our first glance, it's going to be at Reversed Angels. This is 2023. Acrylic and oil canvas, 94 by 86. Well, I've been trying to get in here to see the show for a couple of weeks. And unfortunately, New York has been in the throes of a heat dome. So it's been up in the mid-high 90s for the last couple of days, and then it has a thunderstorm in the evening. I kind of like the urgency of a lot of this paint. Well, this is part one of a two-part show. The other gallery is about 2 blocks away. This is titled Michette's Manners 2023. Oil, acrylic, and carpenter's pencil on canvas. 92 by 86. Well, they're calling these shows splits. And in the press release, they talk about how Rita has kind of divided up the canvases to 3 sections, kind of horizontal bands. And they were saying that this could relate to film or a strip of motion picture film. And I was actually thinking also that it's kind of nice in the way that it lets you kind of do geology of the way the paintings are built up. So when I was coming in here, I was talking to a gentleman who would come in and sing the show, and he said that he got some echoes of de Kooning and Baselitz and some other people, but I think that's one of the nice things about the work and the way she's working it is that she's got a chance to contrast her ideas. This is titled Shut Eye. Oil Clippers. Pen on canvas. Well, I was looking at this and thinking that some of this looks like pastel. Also, it's kind of an element of frottage in there. You see the vertical lines in the back behind there. And it goes on some corrugated cardboard or something. And it gives you a nice texture. So I like the way that the kind of the very thin, almost ephemeral lines come up against this chunky knifed on slabs. I think this could be one of my favorite pieces in the show. This is titled Shutters 2023. Acrylic Will and Carpenter's pen on canvas. Well, so we're talking about her splitting the canvases. So you've got these sections with kind of the adolescent girls and the figures, or maybe the little angels, I don't know. Almost kind of like anime characters. And then you've got other parts, which is kind of straight ahead abstraction. And this one you've got your chunky, brushy color section, that narrow section, and then you also got like kind of various kinds of abstraction. I would call this abstract expressionism. I also think it's nice that Rita starts out with a kind of a theme, and then works it out in a lot of various different ways. Noisy feet. So one of the things I'm wondering is how much of these thin drawings kind of impinge into the paintier sections. I guess part of this looks like the feet kind of extend down into that. I call this noisy feet. Oh, this is also a nice one. It's titled Sacred Indirection. I think, gosh, I maybe first saw some of Rita's work at a show at Hunter Dunbar a couple of years ago. It was something like Beyond 9th Street. They had two shows. It was all women painters. So they had the gestural abstract painters, and then they had the geometric painters. And I think Rita had a nice piece up in the first gallery. The other thing I'm thinking is he's kind of making me think of also the way Rothko would kind of break his canvases up into horizontal sections. Two plus two equals 5. It's oil and acrylic on canvas. Well, they're saying the next part of the show features some of her graphics and especially large-scale silk screens. And I'm kind of looking at some of this and wondering if that might be a silk screen here. I've also noticed a trend in the last couple of months that I've been running around and looking at paintings. There's been a lot of female artists that are doing ambitious paintings of female characters and kind of female goddesses or female icons. This is Without Narrative, 2023. Okay, there are the little angel figures. I guess that's what those are, wings popping out. Not exactly pooties, but I would say they're kind of still adolescent angels. I'll read a bit from the press release. And these canvases, forms cascade downward and upward, at times merging seamlessly into one another. To optimize the potential of such chance transformative processes, Ackerman conceptualizes the canvases divided into 3 screens, as she aptly calls them. This enables her to not only guide the flow and line of paint, but also to forestall the coalescence of drawing and painting. No sketch prefigured in the images that surface except those carved into the recesses of her memory. Instead, Ackerman allowed an instinctive force to guide her hand and move it across the fields before her. Well, you can go back in the files about 2 years ago. I think there was a show that we covered up at Skarstad on the Upper East Side of David Solly paintings. I think it was a Tree of Life. Well, David was kind of using a device similar to this where he would section off a rectangle at the bottom of the canvases and kind of throw in some kind of abstract expressionism or something. And then it was kind of images of cartoons that appeared in like New Yorker magazine. Okay, now we're going to run down to 19th Street and see if we can catch the rest of the show. Stay tuned. Yes, friends, well, we've come south about 3 blocks to West 18th Street, and we're going to hop in here and catch the second part of the Rita Ackerman show. Here's their publishing headquarters. Well, they're calling this part of the show Splits, printing/painting. 33 takes, 2023. 33 color screen print on Saunders Waterford watercolor paper. This is 56 by 48. Okay, so with 33 runs with the silk screen is a lot, but I would say that they've done a very good job of capturing the quality of, I think you say it was a carpenter's pencil. So it really does look like graphite, and these kind of splashes of paint are nice. This is titled 13 Takes. This is also 55 by 48. Sometime 4.5 by 4 feet. Well, it's always a treat for me to see people that are spending a lot of time and energy and effort to make some extraordinary graphics. What does it say? How many? An edition of 15 plus 5 artist proofs. 2 HC, 2 PP, and 1 bat, so I would imagine that the HC would be hand-colored. So 11 takes. We're going to get down to where there's only 1 take. I don't know. Okay, so this is a painting. It's titled Misfit 2023 acrylic and oil on canvas. This is 110 by 104. Well, this is a big painting, and I think one of the things that I was talking about at the other gallery is I thought it was interesting the way that Rita is able to meld the kind of the figurative images of the adolescent girls with the very chunky kind of action painting abstraction. "15 takes." Well, I was talking about how hot it's been, and of course they just turned on the air conditioning. I saw a little sign that they had at the beginning of the gallery at the other space where they talked about being members of some kind of art dealers for sustainable living or something like that, and well, I guess that's great, although I guess there's always a certain amount of waste. I think something George Bataille called it something like the wretched portion. It's like somehow human beings have this desire to waste things for silly or sensual or some kind of extravagant purpose. This is the Rule of Nature 2024. I guess that's an appropriate title. So they're also saying that Rita doesn't do any preliminary sketching. So I was wondering if maybe there was some kind of projections or something, but it's apparently that's not true. She just goes in and hits this all in one shot. So they're calling this 27 takes. It's a nice job of capturing the variegations in these brush strokes. Well, it does give you the illusion of a slathered paint stroke. I was also thinking that she was calling the rest of the painting splits, but the silk screens seem to be more unified, kind of based in the center and then working out towards the edges, and it's almost like she was painting in the middle and then going around the edge and making drawings. 19 takes. Well, I was talking about how I'd been noticing a lot of imagery dealing with female forms, female figures, and also there's been a lot of, I guess, what I would have to call abstract expressionism, kind of the brushy strokes like Joe Bradley, Amy Silman. I wouldn't put Robin Winters in that category quite, but there's a lot of splashy stuff. It's 10 takes. Oh yeah, I forgot to put in the Julian Schnabel show. He was doing some kind of large, splashy things. I like the way that they're laying the colors over the underlays kind of changes the color of the drawings. Well, I did some printing myself, silk screens, lithography, etching, woodcuts, linoleum blocks, and that's why I'm impressed when I see extravagance examples of the latest graphic art techniques. So this has been James Cobb reporting on Rita Ackerman splits and splits printing here at Hauser and Wirth. You can like this, share, link it up to our social media sites. You can talk about it, and you can leave your thoughts, ideas, comments, criticisms, and reviews and suggestions below. Did I say you could subscribe? And we just ask you to say, thank you, Kate. Thank you. I'm gonna play a little bit. Hello, viewers, and a worldwide audience of serious pain heads. It's James Conner, halftime reporter, to do what we do. It's a Thursday afternoon in the city. We're gonna run in here, give you a schnabel, and see a show by his dad, Julian, titled Van Gogh's Trees of Home for Peter Beard, curated by Bruno Bischofberger. Stay tuned. Second door open. We'll make our sweep around the gallery. It's a nice intimate show. Then goes Trees of Home for Peter Beard. 8. This is 2020 oil plates and Bondo on wood. 83 by 131. Well, I was interested to see that this was curated by Bruno Bischofberger. I think probably one of the earliest supporters and dealers of Julian's work. I think he's got a gallery in Switzerland someplace, maybe a couple of places. And he was also kind of instrumental in that Switzerland is located between Italy and Germany, and so when the trance avant-garde train started, he was kind of right between the two locomotives. And I think that Julian was a perfect American example of that kind of return to painting. There's a very nice essay that Bruno Bischofberger has written, but one of the interesting aspects is that he's got quotes after quote after quote about art critics that have spoken about Julian since he first painted debut around 1979, 78. This is Bruno Bischofberger, April 2024. Julian Schnabel is one of the most significant American painters of the last 45 years. In the 1970s, when painting was no longer possible because painting was said to be dead, he embarked on a new path that changed everything. And with this, a whole new chapter in art history began. Since then, Schnabel and his work have been subject to many texts, articles, and commentaries, and he's been highly praised and equally excoriated. Some authors have later patiently amended their misjudgment. They only became aware of his impact at a later stage. He literally was the figurehead of a new generation of artists, and he bluntly brought back what had been lost, often provocative, though not without sensitivity. The significance of Schnabel. Schnabel's output can be best expressed with the words of art critic, curators, and close friends who have accompanied and followed the artist for decades, from his first artistic steps to the present. Okay, we always like to do a little art history quiz. I think this format is based on a Van Gogh composition. It's like maybe Van Gogh on the Road to Arles, which has also been used as a subject matter for a couple of paintings by Francis Bacon back in the late 50s, early 60s. Okay, this is Van Gogh's Trees of Home for Peter Beard number 9. This is 2020. Oil plates, Bondo on wood, 83 by 131. We're going to try to get up and visit the second part of this show, which is at Vito's gallery, I believe 19th Street. So it's going to be a long day. We've got a lot of great stuff out there. We're going to try to capture some of it. Okay, I've been a long time fan of Julian's. I think maybe the first exhibition I saw in Soho when I came to study at the Art Students League was Julian's first show at Mary Boone. I mean, I was going to the Art Students League and someone said, "Hey, you should go down to Soho." I said, What is Soho? Anyway, I walked in and I was blown away. And at the time, I wasn't aware of all the historical baggage, the kind of the conceptual minimalism hegemony that had been controlling the New York art scene for the last 15 years. But I did see the paintings and I liked them. Okay, this one was titled Van Gogh's Trees of Home for Petersburg number 7. And gosh, so that must have been something like 1979. So maybe 40 years ago. And well, I've bumped into Julian a couple of times over that period. And there's been a lot of, well, time has gone by, and inevitably there's a lot of tragic stuff that happens. You know, I saw his show of the rose gardens around Van Gogh's grave. I guess this has been 5 or 6 years ago now that he was using to help finance his Van Gogh movie. And I think these are more striking. So one of the questions I've always had is, gosh, how would you store this stuff? And he's got shards of pottery that stick out 7, 8, 9 inches. Okay, we're going to finish our little downtown tour here with trees number 1. It's 2020. So gosh, at this point, these paintings are 4 years old. Okay, this is a smaller one. This is only 72 by 60, so we're talking 6 by 5 feet. Okay, so this is James Howe reporting. George Van Gogh's Trees of Home for Petersburg 2020 at the Peter Shop on Clarkson Street. We're going to run up to Chelsea now. Stay tuned. Okay, well, we pedaled to the gallery on 19th Street. We're going to run in and see a retrospective Julian Shuttle paintings from 1978 to 87, curated by Bruno Bischofberger. Oh boy. Okay, I think I remember seeing this one in one of his early shows, maybe the first show he was shared with Leo Castelli. Oh my God. We've got some big paintings. The Red Hills near Fez. Portrait of Jacqueline. Soil plates and bondo on wood, 110, 121 by 12. Was Jacqueline his first wife? Okay. And I don't know how many children he had with her, but who knows? Maybe this is Vito's. Is this Vito's mother? Okay. I think also this is one of the earlier pieces where Julian started using the jutted out blocks, almost like kind of an architectural structure on this. This is 1985. It's an Aborigine painting. It's 1980, oil plates and bottom on wood. And oil on canvas. 96 by 86. Well, I've always enjoyed Julian's sense for his materials. These sections with the broken plates, always nice. But also he was doing some great things with the contrast. So you've got this other panel. It's just stretched canvas, but the contrast of the textures is great. And I was going to Art Students League at the time when this piece was shown, and someone suggested that the Aborigine was actually one of the teachers at the Art Students League, a Mr. Stapleton, I think his name was. This is Tower of Babel for AA. It's 1976 to 78, so this is one of the oldest pieces in the show. And this is like the initial paintings that I saw. One of the things I liked about this is the kind of the scraped down surface. In Bischoff Berger's little essay that he introduces the show with, he talks about the fact that the painting was dead. Well, that's not exactly accurate. There were a few people who were painting, but they were painting in a very minimalist style. So you had people like Bryce Martin, Robert Ryman, some other people. And the abstract expressionists were still around, so people like Clifford Still were still a presence. And I think one of the things I liked about the work was this kind of scraped in surface, minimal Bryce Martin pieces. Notre Dame, it's 1979, also an older piece, 90 by 108 by 12. I think one of the stories, one of the legends about the early Julian was that he got the idea for the broken plate paintings because he was working as a cook and dishwasher at Max's Kansas City, and there were always people dropping plates, and so he collected up the plates and took them home, decided he was going to do something with them, and it probably took him a while to figure out exactly how to stick these things together. But yeah, once he did, he was on a roll. The patients and the doctors okay, we've got this kind of elongated torso shape that he uses in several of the pieces. And I've also heard that when Julian was living in Texas, that he had gone to visit Forrest Bess, the great visionary artist. I guess he was in some kind of a rest home at the time. And thinking that some of this imagery might be influenced by Forrest Bess, maybe. It's number 17. Red Cross painting for N. Fisher, 1978. Just 1977, 1978. So I'll have it based on canvas. 96 by 52 and a half. Well, I also look at this and wonder if Julian had mixed wax into the paint. There's a lot of people doing kind of encaustic-y kinds of things, mostly inspired by Bryce Martin, but there are a lot of people who were playing around with that surface. I remember I used to make deliveries for Utrecht, and one of the people I would drop stuff off was a lady named Kay Walking Stick, wonderful artist who's getting some attention these days, but she used a wax medium, and I like his little ridges there, whatever that means. This is titled Portrait of Johnny Points, 1983. Oil and oil paste on canvas. A lot of people were fututzt, outraged, all that when they saw Julian's paintings on plates. And then within a year or two after that, he came out with a whole series of paintings on velvet, especially the black velvet like this. And of course, everybody said, "Well, now you've gone too far. I mean, there is kitsch, but God, not even any serious artist could ever like go to the Mexican black velvet paintings and try to make them into serious art." But I think Julian kind of takes those aesthetic ideas as challenges. I was actually at a show here maybe 6 or 8 months ago. The Carico show, something about The Last Rider, was De Carico's paintings of horses. Letus Mummius 10, it's 1987, 134 by 146. Oil spray paint gesso modeling paste on tarp. Well, back to the kitsch story. So we're going through the show and we're looking at some beautiful paintings by De Carico of horses on the beach. And I looked at one of them and Julian was looking at it and I asked him, "Is this kitsch?" And he goes, "I don't think so." I says, "Why not?" He said, "Because kitsch would have the connotation of being bad." And I said, "Well, that all depends on how you define it." He says, "Yeah, that's right. It could be some kind of transgressive good." So we're talking about the black velvet. And then there was a whole series of shows which Julian painted on these, I think they were truck tarps from the Mexican army, something like that. I believe by this time he had moved on from Mary Boone and was showing with Pace uptown, or maybe Mary was sharing him. Also, I kind of like the brushy text in here. Okay, so we're talking about spray paint. Looks like he was laying something down and then sort of stenciling around it. Spray painting around the stencils. Okay, I've seen reproductions of this piece, but I've never seen it in real life. It's titled Australia. This is a big painting. This is 102 by 204 by 6. I was also going to say that I think a lot of people kind of disregard Julian's talents as a colorist. And it was like a lot of people thought that Philip Guston had what they called the pink eye. He always kind of tended everything towards the pink end of the spectrum. But I think that what Julian does have is kind of vocabulary of base colors that if you can kind of see beyond the broken plates, there's a lot of nice color stuff going on. Also, this is kind of interesting in that he's used the plates and the shapes of the plates as sculptural structures to build his face and figure out of. So I'm kind of wondering where he got the idea for this image. It looks like some kind of Victorian children's illustration. Some kind of architectural block on the head and then waistcoat and knickers. Pot and a scraggly tree. interested in knowing how much something like this would weigh. A ton. Something like that. Okay, this is 1986. Now we're talking, this is nearly 40 years old. Lear and the Swan from the Mutant King series, 1981. Oil wax and rabbit skin glue on burlap. Gosh, this looks amazingly fresh. And I was talking about all the various things that Julian has painted on. Broken plates, black velvet, Mexican army tarps. It's also done things on maps and a lot of other things. But I like this, just the straight burlap. As you get to see his draftsmanship, painterly qualities. I think you also get a chance to see his carrying on the legacy of pretty much straight abstract expressionism. Said Clifford Still, Robert Motherwell. Maybe some de Kooning. It's another big painting. Alice, 1987. Oil and Temper on Kabuki Theater backdrop, 180 by 132. Okay, so here's another example of Julian painting on a found object. Okay, so I'm wondering, would you lay that down and paint on it while you're walking around it, or would you have this leaning up against the wall in your studio and be getting up there on ladders? Okay, so we see some drops splashing down the other way. Maybe it was had this horizontally in the studio and was painting on it some of the time that way. I think the other aspect about painting on a found surface is that it requires you to struggle, kind of fight to force the picture plane to your will.
Jesus.
It's forcing you to do what it wants you to do, but there's some kind of a tension that's created. This shape kind of makes me think of another large letter, another piece of text. Okay, well, we're in the downstairs gallery. Folk music, 1984. Gosh, this is 60 by 48, so by far the smallest piece in the show. And again, we get to see our Julian's Brown. Yeah, I think 1984 would probably be about the top, the tip of the Schnabel phenomenon. He was a real superstar, celebrity. I think Mary Blue had been on the cover of, I think it was the New Yorker magazine, something like that. They were covered on all the gossip pages. Procession for Gene Vigo, 1979. It's 110 by 86 inches. Oil wax and modeling paste on canvas. Okay, I think I saw this in the first show too. And one of the things that always struck with me was these little notches. I think there was another painting called something like Saint Sebastian that was in that show as well that I remember, and I think at some point they showed that painting in the East Village. I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. I know I was in there watching it, and Mike Landisman, the former publisher of Art Forum, came in and we chatted about it a little bit. I'm also thinking that they're listing wax in here again, and I'm thinking there are probably a lot of pieces that have got wax that they're not mentioning in the media. Oh, there's our torso. Got kind of a extended infinity sign there. Well, we all hope that someday we have children that are successful gallerists that can give us shows when we need them. James Cohn reporting on paintings for home and John Schneider paintings from 1978 to 1987, created by Bruno Bischofberger. You can like this, share, link it up to all your social media sites. You can talk about it for months. And you can leave your thoughts, ideas, comments, criticisms, and reviews below. And again, you can subscribe and like it. But please, say thank you, Kate. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Hold on one second.
considered the agency or spirit that oversees the firing process. They are thought to ensure a successful outcome, protecting the quality from issues like cracking, craving, or explosions. These days, they are more often considered upon a project akin to good luck charm, and that's addition to your studio and your pottery ritual. To see others complete this challenge as well, see what kind of things they make. Be sure to check out the description of this video, or you can try searching hashtag playplan challenge. Can you guess what I've chosen to sculpt today? If you figure out before I reveal the answer, be sure to leave your guess comments down below. Here are a few hints. Hint 1, they have hair all over their bodies. Hint 2, they can purr. Hint 3, they cannot jump. Hint 4, they are known to feed for up to 16 hours a day. If you figured it out, now is your last chance to comment your guess. Here's some more hints for anyone who hasn't. They have a slow pulse of only 27 beats per minute. At birth, they weigh 200 to 300 pounds, and they are the largest land mammal on Earth. I'm sure you know what it is by now. It's an elephant. I chose an elephant because they are known to represent facing obstacles and clearing them from your path, for luck and for prosperity. They're all things that you need in order to successfully get through it finally. I will now give you a couple more elephant facts. Are you guys ready? An elephant's tooth can weigh as much as 3 kilograms, believe it or not. This is a fun one. Properly equipped, a car could travel 20 miles on the amount of methane produced by one elephant in a single day. Going along with the fact that they have hair all over their bodies, they also have eyelashes. Great. One of my favorite facts about elephants is they can swim. They use their trunks as snorkels. I would love to see a video of that. I'd love to see it in person. I have seen elephants in real life. I went to Kenya as a teenager and was lucky enough to be able to see a whole family. I saw a baby elephant. There was 10 elephants in total in the herd, and they are massive. It is quite the sight to see. Absolutely wonderful to see. And little baby elephants doing some of the things is absolutely amazing. And this is definitely my favorite fact, and I think it kind of can apply to a lot of us. Elephants can be described as either eating machines or manure factories, depending on their activity at the time. I feel like we can all relate to that. So a little background for anyone who's not familiar with the channel and just come across this video. I'm a newer potter from Ontario. I just picked it up in September 2024. If you check out my channel, I live streamed the first 100 to go from not even being able to stick a piece of clay down to making my first cylinder and getting into the teapots and all sorts of fun stuff. And I've been lucky enough to get involved with this group of potters. We've issued these challenges. We've organized these challenges for the next couple months. We have a challenge happening every week. Definitely, if you're interested, check them out. Some of the participants, the regular participants, include gameplay, Van Wolf pottery, learning to throw pots, small city ceramics, near-head pottery. They're all very nice people, very good at what they do, joy to watch. We all do live streams. Highly recommend subscribing to the channels. Their information will all be down in the description. This is the first time I've ever done hand sculpt as well. I used to carve soapstone. It's a little bit different because it's a reductive kind of carving process. And so I kind of mimic that with this. Obviously, it's not quite the same because I can correct my errors a little bit easier. It's not, if I damage something, it's not a permanent change. It's not a restart. It's just pushing play back where I want it. I think for my first attempt at hand sculpting, it went pretty well. It ends up not being the cleanest piece. At the end of the video, I needed to go back and do some more refinement once it's closer to a rather hard state. Some smoothing out, some blocking in some of those details. But overall, I'm really happy with the way this turned out. I'm glad to be doing these challenges, kind of expanding my ability in the pottery space. It's been a lot of fun so far. I'm really excited to see what the future holds for all our challenges and collaborations and our little community. See who else wants to join. If you are interested in becoming a member of the Clay Clan, just feel free. My Discord link is in the description of my YouTube page. You can DM me there. I'll be happy to send you a link to the Discord. Yeah, like I said, it's a great group of people. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun so far. And if anybody wants to participate, make sure to put hashtag ClayClan Challenge in the description. That way we'll definitely see it. Even if you want to, feel free to at Crush Cup of Tools, gameplay. Any member of the Clay Clan, I'm sure they'd be happy to be included in your video. Just expand our little group of potters here. This is my favorite part. Working on his little tail, or her little tail, however you want to think of it. Really just, when I was looking up different
Hey Bentley, how's it going? Did I miss you? Did I miss you post that? Or was that already there? Thanks guys for the likes, I appreciate it. We're just working on our image of one of the dogs that might be a potential new next project for illustrating. So
split leg, tail, carving the ears in. But that's the fun, you know. I think anytime that you're thinking of, you know, trying something new, especially in pottery and any of the arts, I think the best thing to do is just dive in, give it a shot, play around, remember what worked, what didn't, and create your own set of rules. You know, I know a lot of people tend to try to apply their rules to you and get you to apply their rules in their art. Some people
I
find
hope
it
you're
fun,
doing well, Bentley. Hope you're doing well.
just going for it. Really
Okay.
cool reveal. Get a nice up close look at the finished product. Smooth it out, dude. Sometimes by the time you miss a big chunk of it, you'll see here it comes. Land. Little elephant. See, cutie patootie, little booty. Gotta love that. Okay, guys, thank you everyone for watching. If you'd like to participate in this challenge, past challenges, future challenges, take your video, name it #PlayClan Challenge. Next week, the challenge is to throw a piece with a weird or unexpected tool. See you there. Stay well, everyone. Well, welcome everybody. I'm Fresh Pepper Boy, and this is my second entry into the #PlayClan Challenge. PlayClan is a group of potters here on YouTube. This week, I'll be attempting to throw several pieces with no tool.
Oh, didn't want to erase that.
Any kind of general paints I use to throw a couple pieces with.
Okay, okay. So
Throw fire tools, which of course classically considered a tool. I'm sure you guessed that one. But first, in order to do that, I need to center about 4 pounds of clay. When you throw off the hump, you typically don't need to center all of the clay, as long as what you want to do is basically setting one pound of the bottom of 4 pounds. Willy-nilly, doing its own thing. The process is called centering, lining up, pushing it back down, making sure that all of the clay is even and malleable, removing air bubbles.
uh-oh. Somebody's done something.
Now clean up
Somebody's done something.
the fine, the amount of clay that I'd like to throw this piece with. Front center, push down.
It must have been a cat. Must have been a cat.
Going for one hand on this piece. Even off the rim with my finger down. Right on the piece.
Okay, guys. How
Basically
many?
wrestling
3 hours, man.
different
Spent a lot of time on these guys.
I'll just do a couple
Um,
pieces, even out the edges.
spending a lot of time.
Solidify the shape once it's up, and then remove. typically I would use a wire tool.
Okay, so
Even instead of just pinching it off, but given the restrictions to the challenge, I think extension is the only option really. Now I make it timing clockwise. On the base again.
okay.
Holes. 1, 2.
3 things artists need to learn first. Okay. Okay. All right, guys.
What I love about my program here at Northwest is how easy it is to connect with professors from all class sizes to see who the real professor and then ask questions for the benefit of everyone.
Did everybody see that supplementary color scheme? Look at this. Lauren in her yellow suit, the yellow glow of the candle, and then the purple flowers that are coming down. That is making it color in her look. And I never knew. I always looked at color, and as soon as one dropped, or I would say, okay, this
I
is
thought
color.
there was blurring on in this.
Color there. I'm going to study it.
Pressure dynamics.
But guess
I
what?
guess there's no Gaussian blur.
It's the screen read that you have in Los
Okay.
Angeles that gets you to think about color. Because this is such a beautiful distance. I want to show you is this is dark spot. This is such a pretty color because you get that dewy yellow. Look at the mushroom. And then you got yeasty. You're seeing very white. And look at the noodles on the right-hand side. This is a little more green.
Okay, guys, how we doing today?
I mean, you see we got 3 different kinds of greens in there. This is seeing color in real life. Welcome to class 2.
Okay.
Where have you seen color in real life? Or you went, oh my gosh, look at that purple. It's glowing. Like I remember I went to DC Lauren's place in
Uh-oh.
Orange Place. But
What the her?
really cute little watermelon pillow, and it had the most mesmerizing.
Oh, wait. Let's redo that.
It's because the greens are pretty muted, the stripes are a dark
Merge down. There we go. Wait a second. No.
just really shook out. So this is the thing that I think a lot of artists don't do is you always study art
Vector.
and color. I mean art on a
Vector.
place that's artificial. But this is what really
Merge
allows
down.
you to think about color. And I
Okay.
use every effort now
There we
to
go.
notice color. For
Wait.
example, this is an art gallery that I went to in
There we go.
Chicago. A lot of these galleries have like reading area. And yeah, I'm looking at stuff, but I'm also looking at the color. I'm going, oh,
Okay.
there's that shaded yellow at the top. There's some muted brown at the bottom.
Whoops.
This is the place where I'm noticing color. So that's the thing. You see color every single day. But do we notice it in real life? That's the thing I would love for people to think about. So tell me in the comments, do you guys see colors in real life? Or have you typically mostly studied color without an art contact? We also have Annie, who says my father-in-law also is a color class possible. Jason Couch, we learned to adapt. We also have Blake, who says color is a technique that is broad. Read a bunch of books on color, and the more I try to pin it down, the more it gets harder for me. That's the thing, is there's just so deep that you can go with color as a topic that it just never ends. And I think that's the thing that people have trouble making a stopping point, saying, okay, I've absorbed enough things, we're going to stop for a little bit, and we're going to do this, and all of the stuff can be fine. I don't think they have to tackle it all at once. Another example of color. Kat and I were in Portugal. This is a place called, I think it's called Natal. But anyway, it had the most beautiful blue, and it was subtle. This was not a bright blue ocean. It was very pale. There was a lot of trees, and I remember that color extremely well. So next time you guys are bored somewhere, you just want to blow it off, maybe you are at a nursery school. The oldest one in Los Angeles is a nursery school.
we got our snacks. I don't need to be snacking. No snacking. Okay. Sorry, guys. Gotta get these towels done. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me see. I guess we'll do the ears. Do something with the ears. Okay.
I look at a photo of a leaf, maybe it's a photo where there's like 15 leaves and I can't see like 6. Now, a leaf that I can pick up and I can turn it around, I can look at the back side and do all those things, that is a much richer experience than having a color, because photos cannot tell you everything. And sometimes there's things like you could take a really perfect photo that has all the veins of the leaf, but it still doesn't capture, as Pat says, that sunlight going through the leaf. And so giving yourself a color experience that is outside of what you are doing as an artist is very important. And that's something I really wish I had done that. I really feel like if I had done that, I would have understood a lot of things, because I think as artists, we are so quick to say, oh, okay, well, what I should do is study the artist and I should read the artist and I should learn, do all those things for sure. But I have found when I'm studying things, sometimes it's the things outside of the art field that help me really understand things a lot better. Okay, so Jason explains this synesthesia, where one stimuli triggers another sense. So for me, where I see colors, I hear certain sounds, and some sounds trigger a certain state. Thank you so much. But Mira's asking, why is there such a jump from value to color? How do you get your mind to embrace color? I think a big part of it is to make sure your intent when you look at color is not to darken it or lighten it. Because the second you think that, that's when our color choices get really boring. So if I say, okay, I'm painting this apple, I need a shadow on this apple. Okay, if I don't think that hard about it, I think, oh, well, the shadow is darker. Therefore, I need to use this darker red. Okay, there I'm thinking about value. I'm not thinking about color. I'm just going, I got red, I gotta make it darker. Color is very different. Now, if I say, okay, I want to add a shadow to this red apple, how about I use the complementary color of red, which is green? Now, a lot of people think, why would you add green to make a darker red? Like, doesn't it make more sense just to make it brown? But that's the difference, is that it puts you in the mind frame of thinking about complementary. When you add a color like green to red, like most people don't do that when they are thinking about doing a color. A lot of it is just understanding the mechanics of less obvious ways to make color. So point number three, out of everything we have studied thus far, color gradation, saturation, contrast, color, okay? I really think if you do an amazing job of studying the subject of color, a lot of the other things take care of themselves. Now, I'm not trying to say warm colors and cool colors don't matter, but if you study this one, it covers more of the things. Because I feel like if I'm studying something like value, it doesn't really help in certain areas. Complex and colors, you're dealing with saturation. You're also dealing with value, and you're also understanding color relationships. The relationship red and green have together. And so this is actually part of tip number one, which is to look at the relationship. So we're looking at the red and green together. We're not saying, oh, let's mix the green, I'll add the red later. As we're mixing the greens, we're thinking, oh, next to this lime green, there's going to be a big chili pepper that is red. So I'm thinking in my head about that red while I am mixing the green. And that's what I mean by relationship. As opposed to, I'm going to mix the red, here it is. I'm going to mix the green, there it is. Now, certainly you could start that way, but I think color also comes with a mindset that you want to give yourself. And it's a mindset where we don't look at things so literally. This is a Monet painting. You can see red copy painted yellow works every time. It's like instant complementary color scheme. And we might just say, okay, put red on top of the green. But if we look at red, there's quite a bit of yellow in a couple of these spots. And so what the color you're showing here will guarantee a color feature that we know works well for any region. For contrast, for really getting colors to work together as a group. And the thing about complementary colors is there's so many facets of it. Okay, so you can study contemporary painting like this Jennifer Packard piece. You can see most of the stuff. But if you look at the greens, there's a lot of greens. Like look at this one. This is more like a forest green. This is a more yellow green. This is a little more blue. And this one is very close to purple. And so even assuming it has very little of the green, you still get quite a bit of variation. Tell me in the comments, favorite color, everybody? Mine's definitely red. My kids, I think one of them likes blue. I feel like blue as a favorite color, it's always the color for people who are very nice and calm. I don't know. Maybe that's like one of my kids is like that. Maybe that's just an association. But tell me in the comments, favorite color and why. Because Kat said that she wears a lot of maroon. I was like, oh yeah, I guess you're right. Like I never really noticed it. And for me, I just love red. Across the board. Anything red makes me happy. Jordan is asking, what medium would you say produces the most vibrant color? It provides the most freedom with colors. I guess the answer would be how quickly do you want that vibrant color? Because if you have colors out of tube with paint, that's going to be the brightest color ever going to be. It gets less bright. Providing the most freedom, I think that's very personal. I think for me, what provided a lot of freedom was with Paradise crayons. Because I was so fixated on mixing color that I was not very free with it. Now the Paradise colors, they're right there. I'm like, dude, I gotta deal with this. Like I have to use that bright magenta. I can't get out of the way, but you really have to make colors so you factor in at a certain point I'm probably gonna need that magenta for something. And that is not something that I have interested in. We also have Lisa who mentioned, I feel like I need 2 or 3 study points, questions, answers to looking deeper. Well, that's where you can literally take the thing that you saw in real life and paint it. For example, I made brownies last night. And I could say, let's look at these brownies instead of eating them. Yes, they look a little fun. I could look at those brownies and say, oh, this part of the brownie, the red is a little more red. And actually, the top is more muted. Except the walnuts are more of a yellow ochre. However, the yellow walnuts take the top because they are much lighter in value than the red walnuts. But I will say, out of all the color mixing exercises that I have gone through, this is the one that changed my life. It's like a bad YouTube clickbait title, really. This is the color chart. And actually, I'd love to hear from people. What other color charts have you created? Maybe explain a little bit about it. And what is helpful? Because we did a color chart when I was a painting major. And it was the most useless color chart because it was value, but it wasn't interesting value. It was, okay, take orange, now mix white to it. Take this orange, now mix some black. It was
Oops.
just boring. Like I didn't really learn anything. I was like, oh, okay, orange, now it's lighter. Now it's even lighter. Here's orange, and now it's darker. Like that didn't really teach me much about color. That was a value exercise, but it was a really straightforward one because we used black and white paint. We didn't use anything else to create that value. So to me, that value chart was really not about color. It was just about darkening and lightening color. This because you have the color straight out of the tube of this side. You have it blue over here. Now the concept is that you're trying to arrive at a perfect gray by mixing a little bit of blue here, a little more blue, a little more blue until you get to that perfect blue. But here's the thing. This color chart is not about this stripe. What this color chart is really about is just getting you to mix so many colors. Because typically, if you ask the average person, you say, how would you mix gray? People would say, oh, black and white, and you get gray. But the thing is, if you learn how to mix gray with orange and blue, that is not everybody's first love. However, once you do that, you start to realize that you can make a lot of colors with blue and orange that normally you would have said, okay, let's just put out the burnt sienna, I'm ready to go. But now I might mix too much. And if you mix straight out the burnt sienna, you're too much pasta. So I mix varying degrees of the blues and the oranges. So you've got, oh, look at that. Purple, violet, red. It's like supposed to be blue, but I wear lots of blues. You have a lot. Got hot, ultimately, cyan, purple, and
Duolingo. I will get to
a
you.
lot of
Don't
you are
worry.
talking about
I will get to you,
favorite
Mr.
colors.
Lingo.
Favorite colors where? For me, when I was in academia, everything was pale. Like once in a while, I'd wear like a wine-colored shirt. But other than that, I was very pale. But now that I'm on camera and I want to be hot, I'm not doing gray, but I do have like a pink or bright yellow shirt because that's what looks better on camera. Oh, this is interesting. Neil says
What
you
time is
get
it?
feedback when
7:39.
you're up.
It's almost been, what, 4 hours?
Okay.
Let's see.
Sometimes I can feel
Let me
visual.
see.
I know sometimes people will say, oh, it's pretty easy. I just have this big wheel. I just tap it onto the picture. And I'm like, dude, that's the problem.
Thanks, guys, for stopping through and
I find that to be
liking
super
and
challenging. And I think you have to be
watching.
really,
Watching,
really
watching, watching.
patient to create color schemes that you really feel like you're able to follow. Because otherwise, it's just picking random things off of the wheel, which of course that's where you need to begin. But I think people who really are masterful about color and digital art, I think it takes a really, really long time. And Slate said brown because they were colorblind when I started. Right now, using a Van Dyke brown all the time, except for dawn black. I have not used that brown before, but I think Lauren has used it. So tell us in the comments, what's your favorite brown? Because my first love, definitely burnt sienna. But I have had a lot of fun with burnt umber. I've used raw umber for a little bit, but to me, raw umber is like almost gray. I don't even know what it is. Well, it's not umber, right? So I guess it does count as a gray, but I do love really earthy sepia color, like the yellow ochre of an old manuscript. Anything that's earthy to me is just the most beautiful thing. And colors are different for a lot of people. Some people are like, no, brown, that's so muddy and icky. I don't really like that. I'm not a fan of that anymore. Brown is just my favorite color. So tell me in the comments, favorite browns. I haven't used a lot of them, but sometimes I don't really like burnt sienna because it feels a little too close to orange. But sometimes burnt umber, I like that burnt sienna. And Randy says, what is an explicitly bad color combination? Even the magenta between orange and radiant seems to be a statement piece. Is that in a particular artwork, Randy? I'm not totally sure exactly what you're referring to, so if you want to let me know, I can take a look. I don't think there's such a thing as a bad color combination. I think there's such a thing as a color combination that does not align with your impact. Because I think most people, when they work in colors, and tell me in the comments, what color media do you use? Is it digital? Is it oil or crayons? Let me know, because I'm do with intent? What is the impact on your stuff? Now, I could say, for example, Prince used purple and yellow all the time. We have so many pictures of him wearing purple and yellow, and he was a hoarder. It's very theatrical, very eye-catching. That really was for what he wanted to do. This is another purple and yellow image. This is by the contemporary artist Sandy Spilding, and this is so much super bright, saturated yellow that I think you can see that's the point. Like if she had a yellow ochre for that background, it would not pop the same way as Angela. Angela says, I hate the color pink. When I was in art school, I could never mix. Well, let us know in the comments, Angela, what was it you think that was getting in the way? Do you feel like you didn't understand how to mix? Or do you think it was more just like a general color thing? Because I think probably a lot of you know that I struggled so much with color. I still do.
Hey, what's going on, Emmett? What's happening? I guess I don't need to have the volume on this one. It's good. You about to go live? You about to go live?
Oh yeah, cool. That would be great for you to post it in the Discord and tell me in the comments how many people here like custom colors. You know when you get a marker set that's like some absurd number, it's like 50 colors. You get to make those little swatches. Oh, it's really fun. I never do it because I just don't have time. But I bet
Whoops.
you make that in art form. And trust me, if I could, if I had the time, I absolutely would be doing that all day. Nice, Angel.
Nice. This would be a great logo for a beer. Possibly. Put a beer in his hand. Egyptian dog beer. Maybe if they don't use this, we can start our own brewery. We got the logo. We've got our logo. Got our logo. Call it Doggo Brew. Doggo Brew. Okay, let's see.
Usually that will get you in trouble. Oftentimes, the word limited, when people hear that, it sounds like a negative thing. But I think with color, it only makes your life easier, having a limited color palette. How limited you want it?
Doggo Brew.
People will say it, they have big colors, and the color palette is very limited on those big colors.
Doggo, 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 doggo.
Complementary colors is to do a painting with only complementary colors, nothing else. And that's how you can go from this art into something where you have a practical application. Because that's the other thing I see as well is people looking at the color wheel and all these charts and everything, and maybe they understand it, but translating that knowledge from those charts into your painting, that's not always the easiest transition. Tell me in the comments, does that happen to you guys where, hey, I understand the color wheel, but you know what? How do I actually get that to painting? Because there is sometimes a huge divide there. People can really fundamentally understand the science of color and how it functions, but
Doggo, doggo, doggo brew. Doggo, 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 who?
The battle of the intense color chroma. Why?
Doggo, 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 doggo brew.
Do you guys have a preference? Do you prefer bright and fun paintings like drawings, or painting on the subject matter, I have changed that. When I started painting, I'm not using color green. I'm using some really bright ones to intensify some of the red. And so that's one of the reasons I chose this for paint marathon, because I thought, okay, well, if I'm doing this marathon, I might as well tone paint to do a close view of tone now.
Mr. Doggo. What's going on, Doggo? Mr. Doggo. Crispy, Krispy Kreme.
Learning much more about universal pigment numbers. I understanding of this concept, but I haven't done this before, so I don't know about like that.
Crispy, Krispy Kreme.
I'm really bad. Like, I've been teaching art so long, and like nobody's talked to me about these until I went to Dara Paint and Pigment, and they're the ones who really explained it to me, because they have that massive color chart where everything is very meticulously labeled. We also have Adele. Welcome. Lovely to have you here. So, measuring the color wheel and portrait while I mix my paint helps me think about it as really. But the whole traditional thing. Now, I don't know. When digital painting is still this weird foreign entity to me. But I'm wondering, those of you who primarily use digital, do you see it translating into traditional media? Like somehow the
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
how does that influence your traditional work history? And maybe vice versa. Maybe some of you who study traditional paint, maybe something you learned in the painting hall or whatever helped you more with digital. I was on the wall. I was like, what do I do? This is really hard. What was the easiest thing for me? Give me all the colors. Yes. I think it's much easier to start with a limited color scheme, because it lets you really appreciate just how
Oops.
many colors are
We hitting the
available
wrong
at your
side.
fingertips.
Okay, so
And so that's why, again, painting colors to
light,
me
light, light.
has to be when it's that's when it's really gonna happen. Belle says, I like subtle muted color schemes, like bright and whimsical, no in between. I guess I do like in between, but I tend to like 70% muted with a little pop of color. I don't like it half and half. I feel like half and half is not the best way. Maybe I've done the other way around. I don't think I've ever done that super saturated with a little bit of muted. Take a look at
Oh, right here.
you guys will
Right
realize that
here.
actually most of the green that is in here are not that bright. The brightest green is probably back here. Even that is very muted. Like the whole right hand side is super muted green, because it brings out these yellows. So this is another reason I love complementary colors, is that we're talking about saturation. Why are we talking about saturation?
Booyah.
That's an inherent part of color theory.
Booyah.
And I feel that if you learn complementary colors, ultimately you will end up doing more. You will end up talking about saturation. You will end up talking about value. But the other individual concepts don't necessarily do that quite as comprehensively as color will allow it to. Shinza's asking, pigment tones have
Booyah,
returned to
booyah, booyah. Hooyah, hooyah,
on
hooyah.
seven, burnt, raw umber. Yeah, it's just burnt everywhere. It's not indigenous. Some with PR1, English red, and Indian red don't match because they haven't disappeared. Yeah, I mean, people get very hung up about all of the intricacies of color. I can't wait to see the comments on this video, because there's always people arguing about some pigment in the comments.
Uh,
It's really fun.
nice.
The thing is that across brands, it's so different. Like one the other April. I was like, what? Like, this is not April yellow. Like, it's so different. Now, we don't know if the pigment numbers actually matched up, but that's another thing that I think it's very confusing. So, for example, the colors in a Crayola color have very different than the colors in the Caran d'Ache, the same printed brand. Does it ever really affect the colors to be consistent anyway? They are always in the moment reacting to what's right in front of us. Now, of course, we have our favorites. Okay, tell me a comment. Name a color and tell me what brand you really like the most. For example, I love Krumbacher. It's a really nice deep opal color. The one that Winsor Newton makes, which is French opal, it's okay. I still use it, but it's not like that Grumbacher stuff. I have very specific preferences. Now, I don't like
Whoops.
dancing cerulean blue. It's too strong. I like my cerulean blue nice and muted. And very amber and oil cerulean blue, not my favorite. So you have to be careful about different brands, and digital is a whole other challenge, which is that you don't know what screen people are going to be looking at when they see your digital piece. They could be looking at it, maybe their monitor's really bad, or maybe all the colors are really washed out. So we're talking more into specific types about all of these things. And that's why fundamentally what I think is very important, because you can see very quickly we started diving into so many specifics, but I think ultimately come back to these three things when you're feeling like it's way too much, what's going on, come back to this. Because I'm not saying the other things are not important, but these are the three things that are going to cover the widest area. So that way you don't feel like you're studying 12 things. You can always come back to this. Look at color in proof, not illustration. Look at color in real life. Study complementary colors. These three things, if you make this stuff happen, it really is going to cover a lot, because I think for most of us, we are pretty overwhelmed because there's just so much going on with color to think about. We also have, oh, gift cards, 10-gram cobalt blue opals for a Newton. Oh, Neil, are you saying, are you trying to start a fight with me? I knew there was going to be something. Like, I can't function because the, I think it's called the Benita set. Oh, no, the Michael Harding set in oils. It didn't have original crimson on the base. That's enough for me to not want to buy that set. Any set that doesn't have a original crimson to me is very, very upsetting. Yeah, those are all the fine points. 3% headache grind packaging. I saw that at Bear Tape. They can grind it super, super fine, or they can make it a little bit more coarse. And also
Oops.
Cabernet says it can even vary depending on the flavor as well. Also, do people here know that the availability of paint doesn't have to do with artists? It has to do with the automotive industry. They're the ones who decide if a color goes or sticks or not, because they're the vast majority of the color industry. We also have, Randy says, color erase indigo blue and crayon shadow. Crayons actually really good. It's been a long time since I have picked up a Crayola color. But you know what? When I was a kid, my favorite Crayola color was turquoise, because it was red, but it was also a little bit of purple. It really did look like a brick, but it wasn't as brown though. It was definitely more red. But I remember that color and those colors that took me like old
We
school.
got our guy, a shiny, shiny, shiny boy. He's a shiny, shiny boy.
Exactly. I adore the violet
Shiny, 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 shiny boy.
and we also
Whoops.
have Annie, 4 twin gold watercolor. Jen likes quinacridone magenta made by Golden. Honestly, I've never used Parawood. Somebody told me about it recently, but I never have had it on any
Yeah,
palette. So no, Leah,
we'll
is
leave
that
it like
a
that.
oh, well, super thick. You hear I'm like, no, that's more. Because the thing is, the more you know about color, the more things you're thinking about. I feel like in the beginning, you don't know all those things. Ignorance is bliss. Now, I have to give it a little more thick, but I'll just go back walking so many times. Okay, sorry, can we get better at color?
Shiny boy, he's a shiny boy. He got a shiny, shiny coat.
Someone was asking, can you make your own
It's
food?
the shiny boy.
I don't have any experience in making stuff. I wish I did. I would love to learn all these things today. Maybe somebody in the chat knows about that. And Lisa says I'm boring. I have to look at the watercolors from one brand, not tempted to buy the others. There is something to be said about having colors that are your own preferences. Ones where you're like, yep, I don't have to think about it. You're going to a restaurant, you're like, yep, I want their tonkatsu ramen. The ones with mushrooms in it, I eat that every single time, no matter where I go. It's exactly what I am up with.
Shiny, shiny boy.
Have a healthy balance of having
He's our
fun
shiny, shiny boy.
so you don't feel crazy, but you also have to
Shiny boy, shiny, shiny boy.
color is about challenging yourself to use things and try combinations that you don't think are gonna go well, but that's the experimentation. When it gets hard, people will say, oh,
Yay, shiny boy.
this is terrible.
Shiny
Oh, wait,
boy. You got shiny, shiny boy. He's a shiny boy. He's shiny, shiny.
and leftover paint on the wall, which are some really cool things. So it's
Do do
something
do 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 do
you
do do.
have to, if you want to learn how to mix, inevitably you're going
Shiny
to use a
boy. He's a
lot
shiny boy.
of
He's a shiny boy.
okay?
He's a shiny, shiny boy.
See, Ken, I feel like color
Shiny,
was
shiny
easy
boy.
before I started learning about it. Val says, color mixing becoming a more draining experience. The more I learn about it, concepts are way more
Shiny
fun.
boy.
I know, like when I was in art school
Shiny
and I was
boy.
passionate about color, I don't think I mixed that much.
Shiny, 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 shiny boy. Shiny, shiny, shiny boy.
But watching my cup mix for the painting marathon was like, oh shoot, this is way more work than I ever
Oops.
remembered going to
Come on.
be.
Let's get this. Let's get this right.
And some really
Let's get that
nice
right. Mr. Shiny boy.
called Burnett-Hanssen
He's a shiny, shiny,
use watercolor cups. This one
shiny
happened to
boy.
be like that neutral dark green that I was using
Shiny boy. Shiny boy. Shiny, shiny, shiny boy.
had that bottle. That would be really fun. Remember,
I
everybody,
feel like he's
it's
got a
Rain
tail, but
Day.
I'm not
It's
sure
final
what the
for
tail looks like.
time for our color ebook. It is coming on Friday. Remember, we also have costumes in our marker workshop that is coming up this weekend. And we also have a crayon workshop that is coming up as well. Remember, the workshops are a 2-week experience. This is where you get to work with me in a small group. You get 2 weeks of audio recordings to teach, and also a 3-hour live session in a small group of artists. We also have registration. May and June workshops have been posted. Oh no, they're not through the 11th. They're through the 18th. Sorry. So, reminder to everybody, no Discord chat tonight because quite frankly I'm tired. I want to hang out a little bit because I'm trying to start over on that color ebook. It's kind of killing me because I'm in the proofreading stage right now and I'm like,
Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is
I
that
need
so
to work
big?
on this color ebook because these
Because we
instructions
selected
get me
that
ready for Friday.
wrong
So you'll
thing.
be the first to know when I release it. All right, everybody, have a great remainder
Shiny
of your
boy,
day.
he's a shiny, shiny boy. Don't mess with shiny boy. Shiny, shiny. Okay. Okay. Nope. No. Okay, who do we have? We're going to listen to Brad Park. The other park.
About Elon Chile. Yeah, what do you think about Elon Chile?
Reviewing artistes.
Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I guess he's kind of controversial because he didn't cheat women well at all. But babe, the art was arting. The art was literally arting. Hello? Hello. Oh my god.
Oops.
Like, it's too good. It's too good.
Ooh, shiny boy.
Wow. Wow. Ugh. It's just everything. My work is mainly with the new looking at artists, more like just give us thanks for mentioning that. Wait, yeah, Brandy, I would love to see your work. Speaking of Chile, Peter Chung, that sounds so familiar. Is it blowing off that I'm saying?
We got a Nike swoosh.
Peter Chung. Oh.
No.
Oh my god, I've seen this. So good. So good. Robert Nava. Y'all are so funny. Yeah. Robert Nava, also Yale MFA. Yale MFA, y'all. Don't you know working with flag? This is Yale MFA, y'all. Robert Nava basically exploding in the aisle right now. His the prices of his work has gone crazy up in the past couple of years. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I've seen these in person, and I loved it. Is that awful? I literally was obsessed. Babe, I was really obsessed. Like, I think it's so fun. I think it was really doing exactly what it needed to do, and I don't think people realize,
Oops.
okay, maybe actually, it can get, in person, these look so good. I can't explain it, but, the surface looks good, the application looks good, and yes, it looks very childish, scribbleish, but when I'm seeing these layers in person, babe, I'm like, oh, the layers are layering. It's so clear, man's can paint. Yeah, MFA. Goofy. Residency, Soho Beach House, Macedonia Institute residency. Right. Do you think you'll ever be part of a major institution to make art worth considering? I would love to be part of a major institution, but I would think I would be very careful on how they would dictate my art, or how they would, if it all limits me. For example, I never want to get caught up in institutional success or procedure afterwards, and then suddenly not speak out about what I want to speak out on, or not perform how I want to perform outside. I believe art is always for the people. That's why I still do cartoons and stuff, and that's why I still live stream, and that's why I still do random goofy TikToks for fun. Because I think I'm not that interested in the elite, exclusive, whatever that the institutions have to offer. I would love to have the platform that they have, and to get that success. That'd be so amazing. I'm not kidding myself, babe. That would be everything. That would be everything. But if it impedes on what I do outside, if I have a YouTube channel, or I have random TikToks and stuff, I wouldn't want that.
Shiny boy.
Okay, let's look at this.
He's so shiny. He just had a bath. Squeaky clean. Mr. Squeaky Clean.
Okay, let's see. A Japanese artistic duo, two brothers, mostly figurative, made with different media. Let's see the works, babe. Okay.
Alright, guys, I gotta go check on the dog. I'll be right back.
Am I literally lying. Like the hands are so like you can when you have someone as iconic as Egon Schiele, like babes, the reference better be intentional because the hands you cannot get away from copying an Egon Schiele hand. Cause babes, the hands are so distinct. Why can't I zoom in? Look at this hand. The way this hand. Ugh. Am I actually going crazy though? Maybe he didn't use the reference of Egon Schiele, but like to me this is really bad. I'm not obsessed with this, but go off. You're offended. Okay, what? Pace gallery. Wow, the girls love pace today. Wow, you guys, it's so bad. I would literally look at someone and be like, wow, like, so cute. So, I literally have issues. I'm like, wow, he's cute. Let's see. Yeah, I like it. I mean, yeah, I would could like get lost in this if I saw it in person. I love, oh, this wash right here, whatever this is, like I would need to see how thin it is in person. Like I want to see what layers on top of which, and how like thin this like stain is almost. It seems like he looks really thin, but then gets like really into it in this like blue part. I love this almost ink stroke here. That's really satisfying. Yeah. Yeah, it's everything. I like this one, I think, more than this one. Artist license at Bubble Museum. Okay. Norfolk, Virginia. I wonder where he went to school. If he did go to school for art. Again, like, I am obsessed with CDs, y'all. I'm, like, obsessed. I think it's just, fun to look at CVs. Because I'm always trying to like mini statistics in my brain of like who went where. Okay, I guess I can't really find the CV. He dated Ana de Armas at one point. Went to school in Cuba. Oh, it was right there. Y'all, sorry. I'm like, that's insane. That makes sense. Oh my god, they would look so good if I saw them in person. I would literally just like be shocked if I was walking down the street and like saw them together. I'd be like, oh, and I would like walk the other way. I get like very scared about pretty people. I'm getting a BFA with an emphasis in illustration. Just wanted to say hi. Aww. I love that. Oh my god, you got this, babe. You got this. Wait. What are some other artists wrong? Also feel free to like absolutely disagree with everything I have to say ever because babe, I literally don't know anything. I will keep saying I don't know anything until I literally can't say anymore. I just have certain opinions that are subject to change or whatever. Like literally, my mood can change and be like, oh my god, actually, this is everything. This is really everything. Let's see. Wow, I think I'm getting sick again though. I think I'm literally getting sick again. I'm trying to think. What makes me smile is check it out. Aww. The cat highlights are everything. This is just fun. It's just fun vibe. I love just fun vibes. Very cute. Very cute. Any more fingers? Any more fingers there? The injuries. Let's see. this would literally, okay, I don't want to, like, this is not a slight, but, like, this would do numbers on Tumblr, babe. Like, do you remember when the Shawn Mendes, like, album cover came out and everyone was recreating it, like, with, like, the leaves? Oh my god. Shawn Mendes. Like, do you remember when this went? She literally, like, no, she, the girl, Shawn Mendes, this did numbers, babe. Like, you had everyone and their mom copying this Shawn Mendes and recreating it, and that was literally so iconic. It was such a moment. I love this. Well, I literally thought this was a painting, but you're saying she's a photographer. Oh yeah, self-portrait photographer, editing herself for 5 years now. Only has ever had an iPhone. I'm obsessed with that. I love that. I literally love that. Go off. I love people who like really just use their phone. Do you know the photographer Red Hong? Yes, I love Red Hong so much. I'm not sure if I can show it online because I'll really get flagged. But Red Hong is iconic, so iconic, and I like. Okay, I think I can show it. If you don't know, Red Hong, Chinese photographer and poet. Oh, I've never read his poetry. But yeah, if I look at images, it's like this stark white background, like very iconic. Oh, they're just beautiful images. Like, hello, it's just stunning. Like this, stunning. I didn't even know like lily pads get that big. Do you guys know Purple Palace? Oh my god, Purple Palace are literally just following me back on TikTok, babe. And I literally like, I was like, damn, babe, like I literally been watching you for so long. Like that is such an icon. She literally inspires me to like just be a baddie like every day. Be a baddie every day. Like wow, that's like that was literally. Cause I just love how she just talks. She just talks. She's literally like just does whatever, makes an album. Like wanted to do a music album, transition to music mid album. Like wanted to like release a little poetry book, release the poetry book. Like babe, Purple Palace is just like that girl. It's everything. It's literally everything. Yeah. Well, oh my god. Wait, are you in this too? I want to see your work.
All right, guys. Sorry I took so long with the dog. She had to go. She had to go. Brett's got this wig on. Okay, what's going on here? Remind me later. Why do you have to do? Okay.
I was really not meant to be like this. I used to be so positive. I don't know what happened there. Probably because I'm just getting over this COVID.
Uh-oh, what's going on here?
How many pieces do you think you should have with your ass protecting works? Ooh, it depends. But a lot of people, when they're submitting portfolios, need at least 10. Maybe that's a good number. Okay, I think I'm gonna log off now, y'all. How many pieces since last summer? That's good. Okay, Randy, I'm gonna look up your work afterwards for sure. Sorry for being a downer, y'all.
Uh-oh, Brett's being a downer.
I got too hypey with that too. I'm trying to figure out a good like mood for like the live.
All right.
Cause my mood fluctuates so much, y'all. Like it goes up and down like crazy, and so I can never tell like when a good time to like do like a live is. I always get like disappointed in like myself and like how I'm like not like being how I'm not being like kind, like nice, I would say. I don't know. Maybe I'm too critical right now. I have no idea. I'm kind of. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm like literally. I'm like spiraling right now. But anyways, I'm gonna log off. I don't know if any of that really made sense, but I'll probably delete this live stream and go live again like tomorrow. But I promise tomorrow will be better. Yeah, but thank y'all so much for watching, and good night.
Okay. Well, almost made it an hour. Okay. Okay. I think I liked it, didn't I? What y'all gonna do? I'm gonna make dinner. I gotta run to the grocery store again. So we need some stuff. We need some stuff. We're gonna do spaghetti, but we don't have any sauce. We don't have any spaghetti sauce. Isn't that crazy? Okay. Shiny boy, shiny boy. Mr. Shiny boy. Mr. Shiny boy. Okay. Wait a second. Okay, guys. How's that look? Do we need a shine on his belly? We need a shiny belly. Shine up that belly. Shine up that belly. Shiny up that belly. No, it's not shiny enough. Okay, guys. I think we're in an okay place for this. I think so. Yeah, I can work on the shines a little bit more, but yeah, they get punched. I'm gonna punch down. I'm punching down on the shines. They're that shiny. Yeah. Okay. Just trying to finish something up. Export is a jizig pay. Okay, guys. So we're saving that. And then back. Send that to the wifey. Okay. All right, guys. I am going to end the stream now. Whoop. So that is where we got ended up right now. Yeah, look at that. Shiny boy. Not too bad. I don't know if I'll try to do another version or start the other guy. Yeah, I want to have at least a few different versions, just so they have something an option. But that's not too bad. You know, a little clean up on it, but yeah, not too bad. So, all right, guys, that's gonna be it for now. I don't know if I'll be back on again. It could be late by the time I finish dinner and we eat, and I gotta work tomorrow, so I'll be getting up early. But we had a pretty long stream tonight, 4 hours or more. Not too bad. 4 hours. I'm not sure. It's been a long day. So hope you all have a good night or day wherever you're at in this world. And until next time, bye for now, guys. Thanks for the likes and coming and hanging with me, Luke, Bentley, and Huzzah Creative. All right. Later, guys.